Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the bottomless chasm beneath Moria, where time lost its meaning and space folded upon itself like the pages of an ancient tome, two primordial beings continued their eternal battle. The last echo of Gandalf's final command to the Fellowship, "Fly, you fools," had long since dissipated into the void, yet the wizard and his fiery adversary remained, locked in combat beyond the reckoning of mortal minds. Their fall had not ended in death, as the laws of the physical world would demand. Instead, as they plummeted through darkness absolute, the very fabric of reality had torn around them two beings of immense power, whose true natures transcended their physical forms. The Balrog's flames illuminated impossible landscapes as they fell, fragments of forgotten worlds, shards of possible futures, and crystallized memories suspended in the nothingness. When at last they crashed upon a shore of obsidian sand bordering an ocean of liquid shadow, both lay still, their mortal vessels broken beyond repair. The Balrog's fire dimmed to smoldering embers. Gandalf's staff splintered into 1,000 fragments of starlight that hovered momentarily before being swallowed by the surrounding gloom. It was then that the transformation began. Gandalf felt his consciousness expanding beyond the confines of his aged body, returning partially to his true form as Ol Rin, a Maiar of Ermo. Memories long suppressed by his incarnation in Middle-earth flooded back, walking unseen among the gardens of Elrine in Valinor, learning wisdom from Nienna and the council where he had been chosen to oppose Sauron's darkness. Across from him, the Balrog too shed its corrupted shell, the shadow and flame receding to reveal glimpses of what once had been Farenthil, a spirit of fire who had served in the forges of all before Morgoth's seduction. In this realm between realms, neither fully in Arda nor beyond it, their essential natures became visible to one another, to beings of the same origin, now standing on opposite shores of a cosmic divide. So it comes to this. Gandalf's voice was not a sound but a resonance in the fabric of this strange reality. We are removed from the world we sought to shape, each in our own way. The Balrog's response came as a cascade of molten images, memories of Valinor unspoiled, the music of the Aenir, and then the dissonance of Morgoth's rebellion. There was no malice in this communication, only a profound and ancient sorrow. In this moment of recognition, the void around them shifted. The obsidian shore crumbled beneath them, and once more they fell, only to manifest upon a new battlefield, a perfect replica of the Bridge of Moria, suspended in an endless sky of swirling cosmic mist. Here, they found themselves restored to their forms from the moment of their fall, compelled by forces beyond their understanding to reenact their confrontation. Again and again they fought, each battle ending with their mutual destruction, only to be reborn and begin anew. With each cycle, more memories returned. Gandalf recalled his time as Ol Rin with greater clarity, the beauty of Valinor, the wisdom of the Valar, and his own reluctance to confront the darkness in Middle-earth. The Balrog remembered being Farenthil, a craftsman who had delighted in creation, who had been promised greater freedom of expression by Morgoth, only to find himself twisted into an instrument of destruction. We are bound together in this purgatory, Gandalf realized after the 100th battle, or perhaps the thousandth time had no dominion here. Neither victorious, neither defeated, the Balrog's flames flickered in what might have been agreement, the hatred in its eyes now tempered with recognition. As they prepared for yet another battle, something unprecedented occurred. The bridge beneath them trembled, and from its stone emerged the spectral figure of Durin-I, the deathless father of the dwarven folk, his form composed of translucent blue light. You disturb the foundations of spaces between worlds with your endless strife. The apparition's voice resonated like hammer on anvil. What was once my greatest creation now serves as the arena for your eternal conflict. We are compelled to this battle, Gandalf replied, leaning warily upon his staff. I know not how to break this cycle. The Balrog's growl carried unexpected meaning. Neither do I. Durin's ghostly features hardened. The answer lies not in victory, but in understanding. You are reflections, not opposites, twin aspects of the same divine fire. With those cryptic words, the dwarf father dissolved into the stone, leaving the adversaries in contemplative silence. In their next battle, something changed. As Gandalf proclaimed, "You cannot pass," and the Balrog's whip lashed forward. Both hesitated, studying each other with new awareness. For the first time, the combat felt hollow, a pantomime of enmity rather than its essence. The next cycle brought them to a new realm, a vast library suspended in void, its shelves extending infinitely in all directions. Here, they found the chronicles of their existence, volumes that detailed not only their conflict, but the paths that had led them to it. Together, they read of Farenthil's gradual corruption, of the small compromises that had ultimately blackened his spirit. They discovered Olrin's doubts and fears, the burden of responsibility he carried, and his own temptations toward power. We might have been brothers, Gandalf mused, his hand hovering over an illuminated page depicting the music of the Aenir. Before the discord, the Balrog extended a claw toward the same illustration, its flame reduced to a gentle warmth rather than consuming fire. In that gesture lay ages of regret. Their battlefield changed again, this time to the peak of Zirik-Zigil, where icy winds howled around them. But instead of fighting, they stood side by side, gazing out at a panorama of Middle-earth spread beneath them like a living map. I begin to understand, Gandalf said softly. Our liberation lies not in the defeat of the other, but in reconciliation of what we each represent. The Balrog's form shifted, the shadow receding further to reveal more clearly the noble spirit that had been Farenthil. Its voice, unused for millennia, except for roars of rage, formed words with difficulty, light and dark. Two halves, yes, Gandalf nodded. Neither complete without the other. What the Valar themselves have sometimes forgotten, that shadow gives depth to light, as light gives purpose to shadow. Their next awakening brought them to the forges of Eregion, where the rings of power had been crafted. Here, they found themselves compelled not to battle, but to create. Gandalf, drawing upon Olrin's wisdom, and the Balrog, reclaiming Farenthil's craft, together forged a single token, a circular amulet, one half gleaming mithril, the other obsidian veined with fire, the two materials flowing into one another in perfect harmony. The emblem of duality, Gandalf named it, holding the creation between them. A key to our freedom, perhaps, as they both touched the amulet, a transformation unlike any before engulfed them. Their essences, light and dark, wisdom and power, creation and destruction, merged momentarily into a single being of blinding radiance and profound shadow. In that moment of union, they glimpsed the ultimate truth, that they were not enemies but complementary forces, that their opposition in Middle-earth had been but one movement in Ilúvatar's greater symphony. The merged being spoke with a voice that shook the foundations of their prison realm. We understand, reality fractured around them. The void that had held them captive for an eternity beyond time began to dissolve. As their consciousness separated once more, both felt a pulling sensation, the physical world reclaiming them. Gandalf awakened upon the snowy peak of Zirek-Ziggle, his body transformed, no longer gray but white, his power renewed and deepened by understanding. The knowledge of his time beyond time remained with him, though like a dream rapidly fading upon waking. Leagues away, in a hidden valley untouched by darkness, a being awakened who was neither fully Balrog nor fully Maiar, but something transformed. Farenthil rose, shadow and flame now balanced with light and creation. The corruption of Morgoth had not been entirely cleansed, but it had been transmuted into something new, a power that might yet find purpose in the coming darkness. Around the neck of each hung half of the emblem of duality, connecting them still across the distance. As Gandalf the White turned his gaze toward the gathering dark in the east, he whispered words meant for ears far away. Our battle is ended, but a greater one awaits us all. When the time comes, remember what we learned in the void, and from that distant valley came a thought in return, carried on currents of magic older than Middle-earth itself. I remember. When darkness threatens to consume all, look for fire that illuminates rather than destroys. The wizard smiled. A new hope kindled within him. The War of the Ring would not be fought with strength of arms alone, but with understanding of the delicate balance between light and dark, creation and destruction, that dwelled within all beings of Arda. In that understanding lay the true power to oppose Sauron's single-minded darkness, not by seeking to destroy shadow entirely, but by bringing it into harmony with light. For in the void between worlds, Gandalf and the Balrog had learned what Ilúvatar had known from the beginning, that even Morgoth's discord had ultimately served the greater harmony of creation. Story 2. The ancient halls of Celebrium, the hidden elven sanctuary nestled within the misty mountain's heart, trembled as if the very stone remembered fear. Crystalline chandeliers suspended from vaulted ceilings swayed, their enchanted light flickering uneasily as Elrond half-elven placed his palm against the chamber's central pillar, a column of pure starlight bound within alabaster. The seal weakens, he whispered, silver eyes reflecting the pillar's fading luminescence. After 7,000 years, the bindings that were meant to last until the unmaking of Arda are failing around him. The Council of the Wise exchanged troubled glances. Galadriel, radiant even in her concern, approached the pillar. Her golden hair cascaded like sunlight as she bent to examine the runes etched into the floor symbols, so ancient they predated the tongues of elves. "This is but one of 7, she said, her voice melodious yet grave. 7 seals crafted before the first age to contain what should never have awakened. Outside the sanctuary's walls, a blizzard raged against the mountainside, as if the very elements sensed the growing disharmony. Far below, through leagues of stone and forgotten passages, something ancient stirred in response. Gandalf the Grey trudged through knee-deep snow, his weathered staff cutting a path before him. The mountain pass had become treacherous days ago, yet he pressed onward, driven by dreams that allowed no respite. Each night for a fortnight, his sleep had been invaded by visions of 7 pillars cracking simultaneously, and from each emerged shadows deeper than the void. "Confound this weather," he muttered as the wind nearly tore his pointed hat away. "And confound cryptic visions that send old wizards into blizzards without proper explanation." The path ahead disappeared into a sheer rock face, seemingly a dead end. Gandalf's eyes narrowed beneath bushy brows. With a sigh that spoke of ancient patience, he raised his gnarled staff. The crystal embedded at its crown ignited with inner light, illuminating runes invisible to mortal eyes etched into the mountainside. "Aya Arundel, Elenian Ankylima," He spoke, the Quenya phrase resonating with power. The stone rippled like disturbed water, revealing a narrow passage that spiraled into the mountain's heart. As Gandalf stepped through, torches of blue flame ignited of their own accord, guiding his way downward. The air grew warmer as he descended, heavy with the scent of ancient magic and older secrets. The passage opened into Celebrium's grand chamber, where the council awaited. Elrond stepped forward, relief visible on his ageless face. "You have felt it too, Mithrandir," he said, not a question, but a confirmation. "I have," Gandalf replied, shaking snow from his robes, "though I understand it not." "What threatens to break free?" Galadriel gestured to an alcove where an ancient tome lay open, its pages crafted from material that seemed to absorb light, rather than reflect it. "The Chronicle of the Seven Seals," she explained, "written by Fanner himself before his fall, speaking of entities that existed before the music of the Aenir discordant notes in a universe not yet fully formed." Gandalf approached the tome cautiously. The script shifted before his eyes, reluctant to be read by any being of the current age. After a moment's concentration, the words relented, revealing their terrible truth. The seals contained the primordials, he breathed, understanding dawning like a cold sun. "And one lies beneath Moria, guarded by," his voice faltered. "Yes," Elrond confirmed grimly. "The creature you know as the Balrog of Moria is no mere servant of Morgoth. It was bound there by the Valar themselves, not as punishment, but as duty. Deep within Moria's abyssal halls, the Balrog sensed the weakening seal. For millennia, the creature of shadow and flame had dwelt in darkness, feared by all who dared enter the ancient dwarven kingdom. Its reputation as Morgoth's servant had served a purpose, keeping intruders away from what lay beneath, ensuring the primordial remained undisturbed. The Balrog moved through chambers untouched for ages, its fiery form illuminating mithril veins in the walls like frozen lightning. Below, always below, it sensed the stirring of something vast and patient, an entity that had been old when Arda was young. The sealed chamber lay at Moria's deepest point, a perfect sphere carved from a single piece of black stone. At its center hovered a crystal that seemed to contain a universe in miniature stars and nebulae, swirling in patterns that hurt mortal minds to comprehend. Hairline fractures now marred its once perfect surface, and from these cracks seeped a substance neither liquid nor gas, but something more fundamental, raw chaos-seeking form. The Balrog placed a clawed hand upon the crystal, channeling its essence into the seal. For an immortal moment, the fractures stabilized, the escaping chaos receding slightly. But the effort cost the ancient guardian dearly. Its flame diminished, its shadow growing thinner. After countless years of isolation, the Balrog could no longer maintain the seal alone. A reluctant thought formed in the guardian's mind, a name it had not permitted itself to consider for 7,000 years. Olrin. Gandalf jolted upright, nearly toppling from his chair in Celebrium's library. The name, his true name before taking form in Middle-earth, had resonated through his consciousness like a struck bell. "It calls to you," Galadriel observed from the doorway, her presence ethereal in the dim light. "Impossible," Gandalf muttered, though uncertainty tinged his voice. "The Balrog is Morgoth's creature, a being of corruption and destruction, is it?" she questioned, approaching with soundless steps. "Or is that the tale we permitted to spread? Sometimes the truth is too dangerous, even for the wise." Gandalf's weathered hand moved unconsciously to his chest, where beneath robes and scarf hung a pendant of clear crystal, his token as a Maiar, a reminder of his true nature and purpose in Middle-earth. "If what you suggest is true," he said slowly, "then much of what we believed about the First Age is a necessary deception." Elrond finished, entering with the ancient tome. The seven were chosen powerful beings who could withstand proximity to the primordials without succumbing to their influence. Some were Maiar like yourself. Others, his gaze became distant, were beings of different nature altogether, and the Balrog, once called Calathiel, a spirit of sacred fire, chosen by all himself. Elrond turned the tome's brittle pages to reveal an illustration, a majestic being of pure flame, crowned with light rather than shadow. When Morgoth's corruption spread, Calathiel adapted, taking on aspects of darkness to better contain the chaos below. The shadow became its shield, the terror its guardhouse. Gandalf fell silent, memories stirring of a time before time, when he and Calathiel had stood together in the forges of creation. Not enemies, but kin. It cannot maintain the seal alone any longer, he realized aloud. And now it calls for aid. The journey into Moria's depths would have daunted even the bravest dwarf. Gandalf descended alone, against the council's counsel, through passages where even his staff's light seemed smothered by oppressive darkness. Ancient evil permeated these halls, but now he recognized it not as the Balrog's malice, but as something far older leaking through from below. At the 7th level, he paused before the chamber of Mizarble, its doors hanging broken from ancient hinges. Inside, amid dwarf skeletons, lay something incongruous, a perfectly preserved rose crafted from flame, hovering inches above a shattered stone table. A message, a gesture of recognition from one Maya to another. "I remember you, Calathiel," Gandalf whispered, reaching toward the flame flower. It dissolved at his touch, its embers forming a trail that led deeper into the mountain. Hours later, he stood before the Bridge of Moria, its narrow arch spanning a chasm so deep its bottom was lost to sight. Beyond weighted chambers no dwarf had ever mapped, the true heart of Moria where even Durin had not dared delve. As Gandalf set foot upon the bridge, the air trembled. From the darkness ahead emerged the Balrog, its form both familiar and transformed from the memories now unlocked in Gandalf's mind. Shadow wrapped around it like a cloak, yet within the flame burned with purpose rather than hunger. Calathiel, Gandalf spoke the name aloud, straightening to his full height. The Balrog stilled, recognition flickering in eyes of ancient fire. It made no aggressive move, instead extending one flame-wreathed hand in a gesture both imperious and pleading. Gandalf hesitated only a moment before nodding his acceptance. "Show me." The sealed chamber was magnificent and terrible. Gandalf circled the cracked crystal containing the primordial, feeling its alien consciousness pressing against reality, like a sleeper stirring beneath thin ice. "How long have you maintained this vigil alone?" he asked softly. The Balrog's response came not in words, but in impressions, millennia of solitude, of purposeful terror to keep intruders away, of gradually diminishing strength as the seal demanded ever more power to maintain. The other guardians? A series of images flashed between them, 6 other beings scattered across Middle-earth, each maintaining their own seal, each facing the same weakening. Gandalf placed his staff beside the crystal, removing the pendant from around his neck. "We must renew the binding. Light and shadow together, as it was meant to be, the ritual that followed transcended the boundaries of physical form." Gandalf and the Balrog, Olrin and Calathiel, channeled their fundamental natures into the crystal, one providing the clarity of starlight, the other the transformative power of flame. Around them, reality bent and flexed as the primordial resisted, its chaotic essence seeking any weakness in their combined will. For 3 days and nights, by the reckoning of the world above, they maintained the ritual, their Maiar spirits partially freed from mortal constraints, merging at the edges where light met shadow. Through this joining, Understanding flowed the burden Calathil had carried, the gradual evolution of terror as protection, the loneliness of eternal vigil. When finally, the crystal shone whole again, its inner universe stabilized, both guardians collapsed to the chamber floor, transformed by their shared effort. The Balrog's shadow had receded somewhat, its flame burning cleaner. Gandalf's robes, once gray, now shimmered with threads of silver light. "It is done," Gandalf whispered, "but not finished." The other seals the Balrog rose, extending a hand no longer wreathed in corrupted fire, but in controlled radiance. From its core emerged a small object, a shard of pure mithril, formed into a key. The map of the Seven, Gandalf understood immediately. "You've kept it safe all this time. Together, the unlikely allies, a wizard no longer fully gray, and a Balrog no longer consumed by shadow, departed the seal chamber. The task ahead was monumental: to find the remaining guardians, to renew the ancient pact, to maintain the barriers between ordered creation and primordial chaos. As they ascended toward Moria's upper halls, the first true alliance of light and shadow since the world's formation, Gandalf permitted himself a small smile beneath his beard. Perhaps, he mused, this is what Ilúvatar intended all along, that only by reconciling apparent opposites could Middle-earth be truly protected. The Balrog made no reply, but its flame flickered in what might have been agreement. Together, they stepped into passages long dark, illuminating the way forward with complementary light, one brilliant and cold as stars, the other warm and vital as the heart of creation itself. Story 3. The forbidden chamber within Minas Tirith's seventh circle glowed with an unnatural light, its ancient walls pulsing with veins of arcane energy that spread like lightning across stone. Gandalf stood at the center of an intricate pattern etched into the marble floor, 9 concentric circles of elven script, spiraling inward to where the One Ring hovered, suspended in midair by forces beyond mortal comprehension. Sweat beaded on the wizard's brow as he chanted words in a language older than Middle-earth itself. The ring had been recovered from a Nazgul ambush that had nearly claimed Frodo's life, and now time was desperately short. Scouts reported Sauron's forces already marching from Mordor, somehow aware their master's greatest weapon had been found. The ring must be hidden beyond Sauron's sight until the Council of Elrond can convene, Gandalf muttered to himself, raising his staff higher as the chamber's radiance intensified. Ancient tomes had revealed a temporary solution, a spell of concealment that would mask the ring's presence for a fortnight, perhaps long enough to determine its fate. What the tomes failed to mention was the spell's cost. As the final words left Gandalf's lips, the ring pulsed violently. A shockwave of power erupted outward, slamming the wizard against the far wall. Deep below the foundations of the White City, the earth groaned as if in protest. The spell was working, but something had gone terribly wrong. In that moment, across leagues of mountain and forest, deep within the forgotten halls of Moria, ancient eyes of flame snapped open. Dawn broke over the Anduin Valley 3 days later, painting the landscape in hues of amber and gold. Gandalf rode alone, his gray cloak billowing behind him, Shadowfax's hooves thundering against the earth. The wizard's face was drawn with exhaustion and dread, his mind still reeling from what the spell had revealed. The concealment had worked. The ring now rested in a pocket dimension, temporarily beyond Sauron's perception. But the magic had created something unexpected, a bond, a connection that stretched across Middle-earth like an unbreakable thread, linking Gandalf to the creature his magic had inadvertently touched, the Balrog of Moria. "Faster, Shadowfax," he urged, feeling the tether between them pull taut. Already, the pain had begun, a burning sensation spreading through his chest whenever the distance between them grew too great. A league, he had discovered that was the limit their unwilling bond would permit before agony overtook them both. The irony was not lost on him. He had sought to hide the ring from evil, only to bind himself to an ancient terror. Ahead, the misty mountains loomed, their peaks wreathed in clouds. Somewhere within that vast range of stone, his adversary approached, similarly compelled. Gandalf could feel the Balrog's rage and confusion like distant thunder in his mind emotions, not his own bleeding through their connection. As Shadowfax crested a rise, Gandalf pulled sharply on the reins. There, at the edge of an ancient pine forest, a figure waited tall, cloaked in shadow, with embers glowing beneath a heavy hood. It was not the Balrog in its true form, that monstrous shape of flame and darkness would have set the forest ablaze. Instead, it had assumed a semblance of its original Maiar form, though still shrouded in the corruption of millennia. Araneth, Gandalf spoke the name that had come to him through their bond, a name long forgotten, from before this being had fallen into darkness. The hooded figure stiffened. When it spoke, its voice was like stone grinding against stone, unused to forming words after ages of bestial existence. That name is no longer mine. Flames flickered between its teeth. What have you done? Wizard? Gandalf dismounted, gripping his staff tightly. A spell gone awry. We are bound, you and I, until I can find a way to undo it. The Balrog raised a hand wreathed in subdued flame. Then I shall destroy you now, and be free. That is not how the binding works. Gandalf's voice was grim. My death would condemn you to the same fate, as would yours condemn me. We are tethered spirit to spirit. Silence fell between them, heavy with the weight of mutual hatred and the new, unwelcome reality. Above, storm clouds gathered, as if the very heavens responded to their shared animosity. The primeval forge, the Balrog finally spoke, its voice steadier now. In the gray mountains, its power might sever this bond. Gandalf's eyebrows rose. The forge is but a legend. No, the word fell like a hammer stroke. It exists. I was there. Before the fall. Before Morgoth's corruption. When this being had been Araneth, a Maya of all, a spirit of sacred flame and creation, rather than destruction. So began the strangest journey in the history of Middle-earth. They traveled north beneath the eaves of Mirkwood, an unlikely pair that caused birds to fall silent and animals to flee at their passing. The bond between them pulled like a physical thing, allowing no more than a bowshot's distance between them, without causing searing pain to both. Each night, while Gandalf rested, the Balrog stood sentinel, its suppressed fire casting long shadows against the trees. It required no sleep, only maintaining its more contained form to avoid drawing attention. On the third night, as Gandalf stirred the embers of their camp, he felt a foreign sensation through their bond, not rage or hatred, but something like curiosity. You wish to ask something, he said without looking up. The Balrog remained silent for so long Gandalf thought it would not respond. Finally, it spoke. The world is changed. Since I dwelt above ground, it was not a question, but Gandalf understood the implicit inquiry. 3 ages have passed since Morgoth's fall. The world has changed indeed. He pointed to the stars. But those they remain as they were when you were Araneth. The Balrog followed his gaze upward, and through their connection, Gandalf felt a flicker of something he had not expected recognition, and beneath it, a profound loss. I crafted stars. Once, the Balrog said so quietly Gandalf almost didn't hear. With Varda. Silver flames set in the heavens, before Gandalf could respond, the creature turned away, its momentary vulnerability replaced by the familiar wall of malice. But something had changed. A crack had appeared in the edifice of corruption built over millennia. As days passed and they journeyed further north, these moments increased. Through their involuntary bond, memories flowed both ways. Gandalf caught glimpses of Valinor before the darkening of Araneth, working alongside all in forges of divine creativity. In turn, the Balrog experienced fragments of Gandalf's countless years walking Middle-earth, his love for its peoples and lands. Neither welcomed this exchange, yet neither could prevent it. "Why did you follow him?" Gandalf asked one evening as they crossed a highland moor, mist curling around their feet like living smoke. "Morgoth, what did he promise you?" The Balrog walked several paces before answering. "Freedom from the dictates of the Valar, the right to create as I wished, not as they commanded." "And did you find this freedom?" The landscape around them darkened as the Balrog's flame intensified with sudden anger. "I found chains, corruption. By the time I realized it was too late," Gandalf nodded slowly. "The same temptation he offered all who followed him. Autonomy, self-determination. Yet he was the greatest tyrant of all through their bond." Gandalf felt the Balrog's bitter acknowledgement, and beneath it, something that might have been regret. The gray mountains rose before them like jagged teeth against the sky, their slopes barren of all but the hardiest vegetation. Ancient dragons had once dwelled here, and their passing had left the range scarred and unwelcoming. There, the Balrog pointed toward a narrow valley between twin peaks. "The entrance lies within." As they approached, Gandalf felt a strange resonance through their bond. The Balrog was experiencing something like homecoming. This place held meaning beyond their current quest. The valley opened into a perfectly circular gorge, at the center of which stood a single monolith of black stone. No obvious entrance was visible. "This is a place of power," Gandalf said, feeling the currents of ancient magic swirling around them. Older than elves or men, the Balrog approached the monolith, placing a flame-wreathed hand upon its surface. From the first music, it confirmed. When all as thought first turned to craft, the stone rippled beneath the Balrog's touch, concentric circles spreading outward until an archway formed, revealing steps descending into the earth. Cool blue light emanated from below, contrasting with the Balrog's red glow. As they descended, the passageway opened into a vast subterranean chamber. At its center stood a forge unlike any made by mortal hands, a crucible of crystal and light, suspended above a chasm that seemed to reach into the very heart of Arda. The primeval forge, the Balrog said, its voice carrying an emotion Gandalf had not yet felt through their bond reverence. Where all taught the first secrets of crafting to his Maiar, Gandalf approached cautiously, sensing the immense power contained within this ancient place. "And you believe it can break our bond?" "It can. Unmake what was made. But there is cost." "What cost?" The Balrog turned to face him fully, its form shifting subtly, the shadow receding enough to reveal more clearly the noble being it had once been. "Memory. To break what binds us, we must forge something new, something that contains part of us both." Understanding dawned on Gandalf. A transfer, not a severing. Our bond would pass into the created object. Yes, they stood in silence, considering the implications. Whatever they forged would contain aspects of them, both light and dark, wisdom and power, creation and destruction. "What shall we make?" Gandalf finally asked. The Balrog moved to the forge, flames dancing along its arms as it recalled ancient skills long unused. A key, it said. A key to unlock. What was lost? Together, they approached the ancient crucible. The Balrog's hands moved with surprising grace, shaping the energies that swirled within the forge. Gandalf added his own power, his staff glowing white, as he channeled the essence of his Maiar spirit into their creation. Through their bond, no words were needed, their intentions flowed between them, guiding their work. Hours passed, or perhaps days' time held little meaning in that timeless place. When at last they stepped back, a single object floated above the forge, a key of crystal and flame, neither solid nor fluid, containing swirling patterns that mirrored the complexity of their unwilling connection. "It is done," the Balrog said. As Gandalf reached for the key, a tremor passed through their bond. Through it came not just sensation, but clear thought, the first true mind-to-mind communication they had shared. "I remember it all now, what I was before. Araneth, who loved creation, who chose wrong out of pride." Gandalf hesitated, then responded in kind. "As I remember your history, your fall was not from malice, but misguided desire for autonomy. Does it matter? The result was the same. Countless deaths at my hands." "Intent always matters," Gandalf replied, "as does the capacity for change." Their shared consciousness lingered as Gandalf closed his hand around the key. Immediately, the pull between them lessened, not vanishing entirely, but transforming into something voluntary rather than compelled. The Balrog straightened, testing the new boundaries of their connection. "I am free to return to Moria, and I to my duties." Gandalf nodded. "Yet something remains between us. Knowledge," the Balrog agreed. Understanding, they ascended from the forge in silence, emerging into a world bathed in the light of dawn. At the valley's edge, they paused, now able to part ways, yet strangely reluctant. "What will you do now, Araneth?" Gandalf asked, using the ancient name deliberately. The Balrog looked eastward, toward Mordor. "Sauron was once, like me, a fallen Maiar." Perhaps it did not finish the thought, but through their attenuated bond, Gandalf sensed a newfound purpose, not redemption. Exactly. For some acts could never be undone, but a desire to counter the evil it had once embraced. "Our paths may cross again," Gandalf said, pocketing the key that now housed their connection. "Perhaps," the Balrog agreed. "When they do." "I may not be as you see me now, nor I as you see me," Gandalf smiled faintly. "Change comes to us all, even the most ancient." As they parted ways, Gandalf south toward Rivendell, the Balrog east toward destinies unknown, neither could have predicted how the key they forged would ultimately unlock not just their bond, but the final victory against a darkness that threatened to consume all of Middle-earth. For in creating it, they had done what Sauron in all his power could not. They had forged understanding between ancient enemies, proving that even the deepest corruption could be countered not by destruction alone, but by recognition of the light that dwells within shadow. Story 4. The ancient forest of Lascalain stood as it had for millennia, a verdant tapestry of emerald and jade beneath the watchful gaze of the misty mountains. Moonlight filtered through the canopy of ancient oaks, casting dappled silver patterns upon the forest floor, where moss grew thick and soft as velvet. Within this tranquil realm, elven songs had once floated among the branches like gentle mist, and woodland creatures had wandered without fear. Now only silence reigned. At the forest's heart, where the great elder tree once stood proudly, lay a perfect circle of ash and cinder. No bird sang within a league of this desolation. No creature, however desperate or bold, would cross the blackened boundary. The elder tree, which had witnessed the first dawn of the Second Age, was now nothing more than a skeletal silhouette, its once mighty branches reaching toward the sky like the fingers of a drowning man. Kneeling at the circle's edge, Gandalf the Grey passed his weathered hand over the scorched earth. No natural fire had caused this destruction. The soil itself had been altered, transformed into something fundamentally different, as if the very essence of flame had been woven into its being. How long ago? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Beside him, Radagast the Brown clutched his gnarled staff tightly, eyes darting nervously toward the shadows between trees. 3 nights passed. The elves felt at first a tremor in the earth, then a heat unlike any summer they had known. He gestured toward the devastation. By dawn, this was all that remained. Gandalf nodded grimly, rising to his feet with the aid of his staff. The truth he had feared for weeks now stood confirmed. The Balrog of Moria had escaped its ancient prison. Since the catastrophe at Moria, where the Fellowship had narrowly escaped the demon's wrath, Gandalf had dreaded this possibility. The confrontation on the bridge had awakened the creature fully, stirring memories and ambitions long dormant in its fiery heart. "It is searching," Gandalf murmured, more to himself than his companion. Searching? For what? Radagast's brow furrowed beneath his bird-nested hair. For what was promised to it long ago. Before the breaking of Thangorodrim, Gandalf turned his gaze toward the mountains looming in the distance. For a way back to its master, but Morgoth has gone cast into the void at the end of the First Age. The servants of darkness seldom accept such truths, Gandalf replied, his eyes reflecting the light of stars. Come, we must move quickly. It travels north. Dawn broke over the highlands of Rudor, painting the rolling hills in hues of amber and gold. The ruins of ancient watchtowers, remnants of the kingdom of Arnor, stood like broken teeth against the lightening sky. Once, these lands had been the domain of men, a bustling frontier between the realms of Arthane and Cardolan. Now only wind and memory dwelled among the crumbling stone. Gandalf urged his steed forward, the magical bond he shared with the horse allowing them to maintain a punishing pace through the night. Through the elven woodland, across the east-west road, and into these barren highlands, he had followed the trail of destruction left by the Balrog, a path of scorched earth and unnatural shadows. The wizard's face was drawn with exhaustion, his eyes shadowed beneath bushy brows. Since beginning his pursuit, he had allowed himself little rest. Each hour widened the distance between hunter and hunted, and already the creature had claimed 3 villages, their inhabitants nothing more than ash and memory. Yet it was not only duty that drove Gandalf forward with such relentless determination. With each confrontation against the ancient demon, something unexpected had occurred. A connection, fleeting but undeniable, had formed between them. Through this tenuous link, Gandalf had glimpsed fragments of the Balrog's consciousness, not merely hatred and destruction, but something more complex, isolation, purpose, and beneath it all, a profound longing for a home long destroyed. As his horse crested a hill overlooking a mist-shrouded valley, Gandalf reined to a halt. Below, barely visible through the morning haze, lay the ruins of Amansel, the ancient watchtower where the greatest of the Palantri had once been housed. Even from this distance, he could sense a disturbance in the natural order, a presence that bent the very light around it. "So, you seek knowledge from the stones," Gandalf muttered, dismounting swiftly. The seeing stones of Enmenor, though the Palantir of Amansel had been lost during the wars with Angmar, the tower retained echoes of its power resonances that a being as ancient as the Balrog might use to locate the remaining stones. And through them, perhaps, find a way to reach beyond the boundaries of Arda into the void itself. Gandalf approached the ruins cautiously, staff held before him. The morning mist parted at his silent command, revealing the shattered base of the once proud tower. At its center stood a figure that seemed composed of darkness given form a silhouette wreathed in subdued flame that did not so much illuminate as consume the light around it. The Balrog turned as Gandalf approached, its eyes twin embers in a face of shadow. Unlike their previous encounters in the depths of Moria, it made no immediate move to attack. Instead, it regarded the wizard with what might have been curiosity, if such a concept could be attributed to a being of its nature. "You follow me, Mithrandir," it spoke, its voice like stone grinding against molten metal. "Always you follow." Gandalf halted, surprise momentarily overriding caution. In all the lore of Middle-earth, no account existed of the Balrogs using speech with the free peoples. Yet here it stood, addressing him by his elven name. "I follow what threatens the peace of these lands," Gandalf replied steadily. "As is my purpose." The Balrog's form shifted, flames intensifying along its shoulders like a mantle of living fire. "Purpose," it echoed, the word carrying unexpected weight. "Yes. We each have purpose." Through their strange connection, Gandalf felt a surge of emotion from the creature determination, tinged with something almost like desperation. The wizard probed gently at this link, seeking understanding. "What do you seek in these ruins?" he asked, gesturing with his staff toward the shattered stones. "The Palantir is long gone from this place, not the stone itself," the Balrog responded, moving toward what had once been the tower's central chamber. Its memory, before Gandalf could respond, the creature placed a flaming hand upon the central dais where the Palantir had rested for centuries. Immediately, the air around them shimmered, reality itself seeming to fold inward. The ruins momentarily appeared whole, spectral walls rising around them as the tower rebuilt itself in translucent, ghostly form. "The stones remember," the Balrog intoned. "As do I." In the center of the reconstructed chamber, a phantom Palantir materialized, not the actual stone, but an echo of its presence. Within its illusory depths, images formed. A vast fortress of iron and flame, mountains belching fire into blackened skies, and at its heart, a throne upon which sat a figure of terrible majesty. "Angband," Gandalf breathed, recognizing the ancient stronghold of Morgoth from tales passed down since the First Age. "Home," the Balrog corrected, its voice carrying an emotion Gandalf had not expected longing. Before the Valar tore it asunder, before they cast him into darkness, the phantom Palantir's images shifted, showing the cataclysmic battle at the end of the First Age, the host of Valinor laying siege to Angband, the breaking of Thangorodrim, and the final defeat of Morgoth. As the Dark Lord was dragged in chains from his throne, the Balrog's flames intensified, casting stark shadows across the ghostly chamber. "You seek to bring him back," Gandalf realized, his grip tightening on his staff. "To use the Palantir to open a way to the void, to restore what was promised," the Balrog corrected. "Freedom. Power without boundary. Creation without constraint." Through their connection, Gandalf felt the sincerity behind these words and the tragic irony the Balrog itself could not see. "And what freedom did Morgoth grant his servants?" he asked quietly. "What creations did he permit that were not instruments of destruction?" The spectral chamber flickered as doubt rippled through the Balrog's consciousness. In the phantom Palantir, new images formed, memories not of Angband's might, but of its horrors. Enslaved elves twisted into the first ORCs, monstrosities bred in darkness, servants punished for the slightest perceived failure. "He promised freedom," the Balrog insisted, though its voice carried less certainty. Glory in a new order. He promised many things, Gandalf acknowledged, taking a careful step forward, as did Sauron after him. Yet their promises were hollow offerings of chains disguised as liberation. The Balrog turned fully toward him, its form seeming to grow larger as shadows gathered around it. What would you know of such matters, my of man? You who have always served the light. I know that true freedom lies not in domination, but in creation and preservation. Gandalf stood his ground, his voice gentle yet firm. I have walked this middle earth for an age of the world, nameless one. I have seen the joy of children at play in meadows your master would have turned to ash. I have heard songs that would never have been sung had his vision prevailed. The phantom chamber began to disintegrate around them as the Balrog's concentration wavered. Through their connection, Gandalf sensed conflict certainties held for millennia now questioned. Purpose once clear, now clouded with doubt. Show me, the Balrog demanded suddenly. Show me this freedom you claim exists. Gandalf hesitated only a moment before extending his consciousness through their link. He opened his memories like a book, thousands of years walking among the free peoples of Middle-earth. Children laughing in the Shire, elven songs in Rivendell, the proud craftsmanship of dwarves in their mountain halls, the resilience of men rebuilding after darkness. The Balrog absorbed these visions in silence, its flame dimming slightly as it processed experiences utterly foreign to its existence. When it finally spoke again, its voice had changed, the grinding harshness partially replaced by tones that hinted at what it had been before corruption. I remember something similar. Before, when we crafted stars instead of weapons, hope flickered in Gandalf's heart, unexpected and fragile. You are not always as you are now, he said softly. None of Morgoth's servants began in darkness. What I was is long destroyed. The Balrog's form seemed to contract slightly, flames receding inward. There is no returning, perhaps not to what was, Gandalf acknowledged, but forward to something new. Even the Veiler cannot see all ends. For a long moment, silence stretched between them, two Maiar, one corrupted and one faithful, standing amidst the ruins of a human kingdom, now faded into history. The connection between them hummed with possibility and danger in equal measure. Then, with a sound like distant thunder, the Balrog stepped away from the dais. The phantom images collapsed entirely, leaving only the broken stones of Amon-Sel beneath the morning sun. I will not pursue the stones, it declared finally, but neither will I yield myself to judgment. There are shadows in the north where even your kind seldom walk. I will go there to consider what you have shown me. Gandalf nodded slowly, recognizing that this fragile truce was more than he could have hoped for, and possibly more significant for the future of Middle-earth than any battle he might have won. And if Sauron calls to you, his power grows again in the east. The Balrog's flame flared briefly, a flash of ancient pride. I served the first Dark Lord, not his lieutenant. Sauron's call holds no power over me. With those words, the creature of shadow and flame moved away from the ruins, each step scorching the earth beneath it. At the edge of the hill, it paused, turning back toward Gandalf one final time. You pursue me still, Mithrandir? Gandalf rested both hands upon his staff, considering. I will watch, he replied honestly, as is my duty. But perhaps, from a distance, something that might have been acknowledgement, or even the barest hint of respect passed between them through their fading connection. Then the Balrog was gone, moving northward with great strides that swiftly carried it beyond sight. Gandalf remained among the ruins until sunset, his mind troubled yet strangely hopeful. The encounter had revealed possibilities he had never considered, that even the most corrupted servants of darkness might retain some spark of their original nature, buried beneath millennia of evil. As stars appeared in the eastern sky, he finally turned toward the south, where the Fellowship continued their perilous journey. The Balrog would not threaten them again, of that much at least he was certain. What role it might yet play in the greater struggle against darkness remained to be seen. But for the first time since the breaking of Thangorodrim, a creature of shadow and flame walked Middle-earth with doubt in its heart, and in such doubt, perhaps, lay the seeds of change that not even the wisest could foresee. Story 5. The stars were dying. One by one, like ancient sentinels abandoning their posts, the celestial lights that had guided mariners and wanderers for eons winked out of existence. The night sky over Middle-earth, once a tapestry of silver fire against velvet darkness, now gapped with wounds of absolute emptiness. In the white tower of Aval En, on the easternmost shore of Tol Eressa, where the Eldar dwelled in timeless grace, Gandalf stood beneath the open dome of the observatory. His beard, white as the foam of Olmo's waves, cascaded down robes woven with threads of moonlight. The wizard's eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms and the turning of ages, now reflected only the growing void above. "They call you back, Ol Rin," came a melodious voice from the shadows. Gandalf did not turn. "After all this time, I had hoped my wandering days were done." Lady Galadriel, the ancient elven queen, emerged into the starlight, her golden hair now streaked with silver, yet her face remained unmarked by the countless millennia. "The Valar would not summon you without dire need. The stars do not simply die. They are being extinguished from Moria," Gandalf whispered, a name he had not spoken aloud in thousands of years. The mere utterance sent a tremor through his staff, the crystal at its crown flickering like a troubled heartbeat. "Yes," Galadriel confirmed. "The darkness spreads from the ancient depths. The rivers of Middle-earth run black with a poison unknown even to the oldest of our kind. The trees of Fangorn weep sap like blood. And in the dreams of children, a presence of flame and shadow grows." Gandalf closed his eyes, and for a moment, he was there again on the narrow bridge spanning the bottomless chasm, facing the creature of primordial night, both falling endlessly through darkness and fire. He survived, the wizard said, not a question but a realization that had been waiting in the depths of his consciousness, patient as the mountains. "Not as you knew him," Galadriel replied. "Not as anything that has a name in the tongues of elves or men. The shores of Middle-earth had changed in the millennia since Gandalf had last walked upon them. Great cities of men now sprawled where once ancient forests stood, their towers of glass and steel reaching skyward like the fingers of giants. Yet as Gandalf traveled eastward, he found these cities abandoned, their streets silent save for the whisper of poisoned winds. The rivers, once clear as crystal, now flowed thick and black, carrying a substance that seemed to devour light itself. Wildlife fled before this corruption, creating a desolate path that led inexorably toward the misty mountains. In the shadow of Caradhras, whose peaks still gleamed red in the dying sunlight, Gandalf encountered the last remaining outpost of men. A ramshackle collection of shelters huddled against the mountain's base, its inhabitants gaunt and fearful. "The earth bleeds darkness," an elderly woman told him, her eyes rheumy with cataracts, yet still sharp with intelligence. It began a fortnight past. First, the wells turned bitter, then the rivers black. Those who drank sickened and saw visions, a creature of fire walking through their dreams, and Moria. Gandalf asked, the name sending the villagers into nervous whispers. None approached the eastern gate, a grizzled man said, clutching an ancient rifle fashioned in the style of the Fourth Age. The birds that fly too close fall dead from the sky. Even the digital mapping drones fail within a mile of its entrance that night, as Gandalf sat in meditation before the small fire the villagers had built. He felt a presence brush against his consciousness, familiar, yet utterly alien. Like fingers of smoke tracing patterns across his mind. "I have been waiting, brother," came the thought, not in words but in sensations of heat and pressure and ancient memory. "I am not your brother," Gandalf whispered into the flames. The fire flared suddenly, taking the shape of a crowned head before collapsing into embers. Laughter echoed not in Gandalf's ears, but in the hollow of his chest, where his heart beat a rhythm as old as creation itself. "We are both children of the secret fire, kindled before time. We both were sent into to shape its destiny. We have both died and returned. If not brothers, then what are we?" The question lingered unanswered as dawn broke over the mountains. The eastern gate of Moria stood open, a wound in the mountain's face. No runes marked its arch now. The elegant craftsmanship of the dwarves had been reduced to molten slag, as though some immense heat had burst outward from within. The black river flowed from this entrance, its source hidden in the lightless halls beyond. Gandalf approached alone, his staff held before him, its light seeming dim and fragile against the absolute darkness that spilled from Moria's depths. As he crossed the threshold, memories assailed him, not just his own, but others. The songs of dwarves as they delved too greedily and too deep. The terror of Durin's folk as they fled their ancient home. The cold hunger of the watcher in the water. The ceaseless, patient rage of the Balrog as it waited in isolation for millennia. The halls of Moria had changed. Where once stone columns had soared upward in geometric precision, now the walls flowed like wax, twisted into impossible organic shapes. The black substance that poisoned the rivers coated everything, pulsing with a rhythm that matched Gandalf's heartbeat. "Show yourself," Gandalf commanded, his voice echoing through halls that seemed to devour sound itself. "I am all around you," came the reply, the walls themselves vibrating with the thought. "I have become Moria, and Moria has become me." The darkness ahead of Gandalf coalesced, taking shape not as the Balrog. He remembered a creature of shadow wreathed in flame, but as a mirror image of himself. A Gandalf formed of darkness, with eyes like dying stars. "What have you become?" the wizard asked, his staff held defensively before him. The shadow Gandalf smiled, the expression holding an infinity of sorrow. "I have become what you might have been, had you embraced the void instead of the light. I have evolved beyond the limitations the Valar placed upon us." "You've been poisoning the world," Gandalf accused. "I have been transforming it," the entity corrected. "The Black River is my essence, spreading throughout Middle-earth. Those who drink of it see the truth that reality is but a thin veil over the void, and that veil can be lifted." The shadow Gandalf gestured, and the walls around them dissolved. Suddenly, they stood not in Moria, but in a realm of pure concept, a place between places, where thought itself took physical form. Here, Gandalf could see the entity that had once been the Balrog in its entirety, a vast network of consciousness stretching across dimensions, anchored to reality through Moria, but extending far beyond. "I have discovered what the Valar kept from us," the entity said, its voice now the whisper of distant galaxies. "There are realms beyond beyond the music of the Aenir. I have touched them, Olrin. I have heard new songs." "At what cost?" Gandalf demanded. "You're unraveling the very fabric of this world, a necessary sacrifice. This creation has run its course. The time of elves passed, then dwarves. Now men falter on the edge of their own extinction. The world is dying, Ol Rin. I merely hasten its end to birth something new. Gandalf's staff blazed suddenly with white fire, illuminating the metaphysical space around them. That is not your decision to make. Not mine either. We were sent to guide and protect, not to destroy. Then what is our purpose now? The entity asked, genuinely curious. The evil we were sent to combat is long defeated. The rings are destroyed, the darkness banished. Why do we linger in a story whose final page was written ages ago? The question struck Gandalf like a physical blow. In the millennia since Sauron's fall, he had often wondered the same. Why had the Valar not recalled him to Valinor? Why was he left to watch the slow decline of a world he had once fought to save? Perhaps, Gandalf said slowly, our purpose was never to reach an ending, but to ensure the story continues. The entity that had been the Balrog rippled with something like amusement. Then let us write a new chapter together. It extended a hand formed of darkness, shot through with veins of fire. Gandalf hesitated, then reached out with his own. As their hands met, reality itself shuddered. The cosmic balance between light and darkness, creation and entropy, tilted on its axis. For a moment that contained eternity, Gandalf glimpsed the truth that he and the Balrog were never truly enemies but counterweights, keeping the forces of existence in harmony. A blinding flash erupted from their touch, expanding outward in a wave that swept across Middle-earth. Where it passed, the black rivers ran clear once more. The poison receded. In the night sky above, new stars blazed into existence, not returning to their old patterns, but forming constellations never before seen by elves or men. In the heart of Moria, where two ancient powers had finally reached understanding, nothing remained but a single object, a staff of white wood intertwined with strands of shadow, its crown holding a crystal that pulsed with alternating light and darkness, like the beating heart of the world renewed. And in the villages and abandoned cities, children woke from troubled dreams with a shared vision, a new age dawning, neither fully of light nor of shadow, but balanced between an equilibrium hard won by two beings who had finally understood that their eternal opposition was, in truth, their greatest strength. Story 6. The crystalline hallways of Moria gleamed like rivers of frozen starlight, their mithril veins pulsing with a subtle luminescence that had not dimmed in over 3,000 years. Where once the laughter and songs of dwarves had echoed against the magnificent arches and vaulted ceilings, now only silence dwelled, a silence so profound it seemed to consume sound itself, like a beast devouring its prey. Through these abandoned halls, a solitary figure walked. Gandalf the Grey moved with the careful precision of one who understood that beauty and danger often were the same guise in the ancient places of Middle-earth. His staff cast a sphere of gentle radiance before him, though it seemed reluctant to extend too far into the oppressive darkness that gathered at the edges of the great chamber. Durin's folk delved too greedily and too deep, he murmured to himself, his voice barely a whisper yet somehow carrying through the cavernous space. But what they awakened was not what the legends claim. The wizard paused before a wall covered in intricate runes, not the angular cudgel of the dwarves, but older, flowing script that predated even the elves' arrival in Middle-earth. He traced the symbols with weathered fingers, his brow furrowing beneath the brim of his pointed hat. These are not warnings, he realized with growing astonishment. They are pleas for forgiveness. A distant rumble shuddered through the mountain's foundations, causing tiny fragments of crystal to rain down from the ceiling like diamond tears. Gandalf stiffened, his hand tightening around his staff. Since entering the mines 3 days prior, he had felt the watchful presence growing stronger, a consciousness of ancient malevolence that seemed to permeate the very stone itself. Yet now, as he deciphered more of the mysterious inscription, doubt crept into his heart. The creature the dwarves had awakened was indeed ancient and terrible, but perhaps not in the way the fragmentary records suggested. "Show yourself," Gandalf commanded suddenly, turning to face the vast darkness at the chamber's far end. "I know you observe from the shadows." The silence stretched long enough that he began to wonder if he had misjudged. Then, gradually, a glow manifested in the distant blackness, not the wholesome light of his staff, but a smoldering radiance, like embers stirred from long cold ashes. It approached slowly, revealing itself by degrees, first a suggestion of flame, then a towering silhouette wreathed in shadow and fire. The Balrog of Moria emerged fully into the chamber, its presence so overwhelming that the very air seemed to warp around its form. Wings of shadow unfurled from its back, stretching from wall to wall. Its eyes blazed like twin funeral pyres, fixed upon the solitary wizard who dared stand before it. Gandalf raised his staff defensively, yet did not immediately attack. "You understand the words I speak," he said, not a question, but a statement of realization. The Balrog tilted its horned head slightly, an unsettlingly sentient gesture from a creature most accounts described as mindless destruction incarnate. When it responded, its voice resonated through the chamber like distant thunder, each word formed from the crackling of flame and the grinding of stone. "I understand all tongues of Arda, Grey Pilgrim. I spoke them before your kind walked these shores." Gandalf's suspicions crystallized into certainty. "You are no mere demon of the ancient world," he declared, lowering his staff incrementally. "The runes speak truth. You are one of the Astaria wizard, like myself." The chamber's temperature rose perceptibly as the Balrog's flames intensified. For a moment, Gandalf feared he had provoked the creature to attack, but instead, it moved toward the wall of inscriptions, massive clawed hand hovering near the ancient text. Before the Astari, it corrected, voice rumbling through the stone beneath their feet. "Before Curinar, whom you call Saruman, before Iwendil the Brown, before even you, Olrin," a ripple passed through its fiery form at the mention of Gandalf's original name. "I was Vanamaldir, emissary of the Valar in the first Age of Stars." Gandalf's mind raced through his knowledge of the ancient histories. Vanamaldir, the name appeared in no record he had ever encountered, yet carried the unmistakable resonance of Quenya, the high language of Valinor. "What befell you?" he asked, genuine compassion tempering his wariness. The Balrog turned its burning gaze back to him. Within those flames, Gandalf glimpsed something unexpected, not merely rage and destruction, but a profound sorrow that transcended ages. "I was sent to combat Morgoth's influence among the first Eldar," it explained, shadows coiling around its massive form like living smoke. "But in my arrogance, I believed I could understand his corruption without being touched by it. I studied artifacts tainted by his hand. I delved into knowledge forbidden even to the Maiar." The creature gestured toward the surrounding halls. "When the dwarves established their kingdom here, I dwelled far below, entombed by my own design. Fighting an endless battle against the darkness, I had foolishly embraced. A chasm of understanding opened before Gandalf, the terrible possibility that had never been considered in all the lore of Middle-earth. That a being of light could fall so far into shadow while retaining awareness of its original nature. The dual torment of remembering what one was while being irredeemably transformed into its antithesis. Then the dwarves delved too deep," Gandalf surmised quietly. "They broke the seals of my self-imposed prison," the Balrog confirmed. "Freed what should have remained chained. In my emergence, madness overtook me. I perceived only threats, invaders. The slaughter, its flame dimmed momentarily as if in shameful remembrance." Gandalf took a cautious step forward. "Yet You retained enough of your former self to inscribe these warnings. In brief moments of clarity between the storms of rage, the Balrog's massive shoulders slumped, an eerily human gesture from such a monstrous form. Each passing century, the clarity grows more fleeting. Soon, nothing of Vanamaldir will remain, only the creature of flame and shadow you see before you. The weight of this revelation settled heavily upon Gandalf's heart. Here stood a potential glimpse of his own fate, a mirror reflecting the darkest possibility that awaited any of the Astari who strayed from their appointed path. Had not Saruman already begun his descent towards similar corruption, though along a different road? Perhaps Gandalf ventured carefully. There might be a way to reverse what has been done. The combined wisdom of the White Council, a roar like an erupting volcano, cut him short, the Balrog's flame surging to the ceiling in a column of terrifying heat. There is no redemption. The words shook loose stones from the walls, sending them clattering to the floor like broken promises. What I am cannot be unmade. The corruption has reached my very essence. When the creature spoke again, its voice had softened to a sound like embers settling in a dying fire. I called you here not for salvation, Ol Rin, but for ending. Called me? Gandalf's eyes widened with sudden understanding. The whispers that had drawn him to Moria, the dreams that had seemed like premonitions, not warnings of danger, but a deliberate summons. The Balrog nodded, its fiery gaze holding Gandalf's. In my moments of clarity, I reached out to one who might understand, one with the power to do what must be done. It straightened to its full, imposing height. You must destroy me before the darkness claims me completely. Gandalf felt the weight of age's press upon his shoulders. Here was tragedy of a magnitude he had not encountered in all his long years, a fallen brother asking for release from an eternity of torment and destructive madness. There is wisdom in your request, he acknowledged solemnly. Yet, it brings me no joy, nor should it. The Balrog moved toward the center of the chamber, where a narrow bridge spanned a seemingly bottomless abyss, the Bridge of Moria. This place is fitting. An ending where two paths diverge. Gandalf followed, each step heavy with reluctance, yet firm with resolve. As they took their positions at opposite ends of the bridge, the Balrog's form began to change. Its flame grew more intense, its shadow more substantial. The lucidity in its burning eyes flickered, then dimmed, replaced by the mindless rage that had claimed so many dwarven lives. It comes, the creature warned, its voice already losing the measured cadence of reasoning thought. The madness returns. Whatever happens, do not falter in your purpose. Do not allow what I have become to escape these halls. Gandalf raised his staff, its crystal blazing with white light in response to his will. Is there any message you would have me carry? Any word for those who might remember Vanamaldir? For a brief moment, clarity returned to the Balrog's gaze. Tell them only this, even in the deepest shadow, I remembered the light. Then the transformation completed itself. The being that had been Vanamaldir vanished beneath the roaring fury of the Balrog in its full terrible aspect. It drew itself up, shadow and flame spreading outward like dark wings, a whip of fire materializing in its grasp. Gandalf stood firm upon the bridge, staff raised before him. You cannot pass, he declared, his voice carrying the power of his true nature as a Maiar. The words were not merely a challenge to the Balrog, but a promise to the fallen brother. It had once been a vow that his final wish would be honored, that the corruption would spread no further. As the two ancient beings clashed upon the narrow span, light against shadow, staff against flame, Gandalf glimpsed once more through the rage and fire a momentary flash of gratitude in eyes that had witnessed the birth of stars. The battle that followed would become legend throughout Middle-earth, though none would know its true nature, not a confrontation between good and evil, but a mercy granted by one brother to another. When the bridge finally broke beneath them and both plummeted into the abyss, Gandalf felt no fear, only a profound understanding that had escaped him before. As they fell through darkness absolute, the Balrog's fire illuminating their descent like a falling star, Gandalf whispered words in a language older than Middle-earth itself, a blessing for the passing of a spirit from one form to the next, an acknowledgement of sacrifice and the promise of peace beyond the circles of the world. In the days that followed, when Gandalf the Grey became Gandalf the White, he would carry with him the memory of Vanamolder's fate, both as warning and inspiration. For in the creature's final choice, he had glimpsed the truth that would sustain him through the coming darkness, that even those who fall furthest may still, in their deepest heart, remember the light.